Y'all, the Kyle Rittenhouse trial started today. So we're trying to see if we can stream this every day for you so you can have another place to watch it. And it looks like I'll be running the show. So, yay me. Trying to get this all set up. So, can everybody see and hear all right? Hello, hello. I need to be able to see the chat. Let's see. There we are. Okay. Yes. Please like and share this out, you guys. We're streaming this on the new channel on YouTube. And hopefully everybody can hear me. Hey, guys. Good morning from the Pacific Northwest. Kenosha is 2 hours ahead of us, so they are on break right now. They'll be back in session at 1:30, which is about 34 minutes from now. So it looks like they're doing jury selection today. So that's what we're watching, which is always really interesting to me. I don't know if you guys have ever done jury duty. I have not. I have friends that have. I've had friends that have served on the grand jury before, which was really interesting and informational when she was sharing her experience with that. But it's been interesting so far just listening to people talk about why they may or may not be able to earnestly serve as a jury member. I didn't really expect people to be as honest as they have been because I haven't ever watched one of these before, one of the jury selections. I mean, one lady just flat out said, I feel like I've already made up my mind about it, which I thought was really honest. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I'm so used to the swamp. I guess I'm just super taken back by the fact that she was so honest about the situation. I'm like, okay. And one lady said that, what'd she say? She said that her religious beliefs, thou shalt not kill. And the judge came back and said, I believe that every faith has kind of I don't know. He didn't say a pass, but he said kind of like a built-in, for self-defense, which is what this largely what this trial will be about, is self-defense. And she just wasn't having it. So anyways, I thought that was really interesting. So everybody that I heard, I think, was dismissed, except one, maybe. But I came in late. So anyways, this is where we're going to be streaming this every day. I'm going to be running the show. So there's that. And you guys will be able to see BCP's beautiful face in the evenings. This judge. Hey, Julie. Hey, guys, I'm going to say hi to some people. Hey, Lisa. Dollar Bill. 99. Andrew. Julie. Judy. I should have Apollo come in and say your name. This judge seems to be clear constitutionalist. He brought it up many times this morning. Awesome. He brought up our forefathers many times as well, which is making the left go crazy. Yeah. Well, everything makes them go crazy. Wild Angel, thank you so much for the compliment. Good morning. Ray, Sandy, audio and video, good. Thank you. Glad to hear that. Yes, please like and subscribe on the YouTube, the new YouTube, the BC Preacher, and on Facebook. Follow and make sure when you guys subscribe, there's a bell, and it automatically defaults you to the highlights of the channel or whatever. But what you want to do is change the notifications to all. so that you get all notifications. Because if it's up to Facebook and YouTube, they will decide to send you notifications when they're having a good day, which is rare. So make sure you click those notifications to all so you guys get all the notifications. Good morning, Witchy. Thank you for this amazing idea. Jensen, good morning. Even tons of streamers around, even Portland Andy is on it. Yes. Susie, good morning. Lady Katie, good morning. Don't feel foolish. You are not the only one, maybe just the only one on Twitch right now. But there are others on Facebook and YouTube. Indigo, good morning. May the odds be ever in your favor. Yes, we are definitely moving towards the Hunger Games. I'm sorry, that's what that makes me think of. We're definitely moving towards the Hunger Games more and more. And I don't want to be picked to have to kill a bunch of people. Let's see. Good morning, Pam. Good morning, Freedom Rose. Handed prosecutor the other day. It was pretty heated. The judge, you know what? Interesting enough, I felt like this judge was like super on it this morning too. I think he'll be a good judge over this case. The judge does not want to call anyone there a victim as they're rioting. He's no nonsense. It seems to me like he's no nonsense, and I feel like that's exactly the way it should be. Good morning, Roxanne. You know, these people chose to be out there. How many times have we heard people say, oh, well, you know, officers knew the risk when they got the job before they were going in? Well, rioters knew the risk as well. So if you're going to go out there and you're going to start rioting and damaging everything and just expect nobody to defend themselves against you, I think you're, you know, sadly mistaken. And that's not the way life works. Good morning, Maribel. Weirdo. Trial is on a break. Yes, the trial is on a break. A lot of people are probably getting lunch and breakfast. Amber, good morning. Hope I say good morning to everybody. Amy, good morning. Radonna, good morning. Skid Kid, I'm all belled out. I'm all belled now. Good, thank you. Yeah, you know what? Even I had to do it, guys. And sometimes I have to go back and double check because YouTube and Facebook will sometimes change my notification settings seemingly on their own without my consent. So I have to go back and, you know, double check myself to make sure that I'm even rightly subscribed to my own husband. Like, if I say I want all the notifications, I want all the notifications. I'm a grown woman. I feel like, you know, Facebook is so funny because there's 100 different ways to modify your own feed and what you see, who you see, how much you see, who can see you, and all these other things. And yet they still, on top of all of those things that we have the option to, and I've been pretty good about adjusting my settings just how I want them. And there's sometimes I don't want to let go of somebody, but what they're talking about right now is just not interesting to me and it's kind of annoying. So I'll mute them for a while. But I'm still, you know, like I'm a grown woman and I feel like I have the capability to moderate my own stuff. And yet Facebook still sometimes decides for me. It's just totally baffling. Patriot Lady, good morning. Good morning, Becky. So I will be doing this every day of the trial. So you guys can tune in here if you'd like, share it out, and hopefully we can get the watch minutes up on BCP's new YouTube channel and just kind of talk about the trial together. I think it'll be fun. Now, let's see. They are coming back in session in about 26 minutes or so. I'm going to go get some stuff kind of settled in my house. So, because you guys know, the kids didn't go away just because the trial started. Yeah. Yeah, we try not to censor as much as possible. Just all we want to do is make sure we keep the channel up. So, no Jesus, no peace, no Jesus, no peace. I love that. I used to actually have that written on my toolbox, Amy. I love that saying. Um, oh, 11 more minutes, Witchy? Really? Only that? I thought they were coming back at 1:30. Am I off? Okay, well, if I only have 11 minutes, guys, I'm going to go make sure everything's settled in my house so that I can get this rolling when it gets back, okay? So good to see you all this morning, and we look forward to hanging out with you guys during this trial. And here we go. I'll be back.
All right, anybody else who doesn't reside in Township County? Unable to read, speak, and understand the English language. I guess it's a little late for that, but I'll ask anyway. In fact, I have to ask. Is there anyone who migraine medication? It's number 15. And
So if I were to get a migraine in court and I were to take the rescue medication, as they call it, it would make you drowsy.
okay, now I will tell you, it depends on how drowsy, because there are some lawyers. You wouldn't need any narcotics to put. They wouldn't take any narcotics
Well, if they were
to put you to
talking
sleep.
at that point, I would definitely go to sleep.
If they were talking, you'd go to sleep. So it's that pronounced.
Yes.
Okay, and you're on the medication at this time,
Yes.
or if you took it,
If I could,
if you got a headache, you would.
I would take it.
Okay, I'm going to leave that for examination by the lawyers. I don't, and I think too, we've got spellbinders here. These are not the run-of-the-mill lawyer. So hopefully there won't be an issue, but let's hope for the best. Anybody else on the medication issue? Anybody feeling ill today? I mean, oh, there's another hand on medication? I don't hear you, ma'am. I don't hear you. I'm not hearing you.
I'm number 39.
39, and what were you saying?
Yeah, there's different medication that I take that give me different symptoms that I don't want to discuss.
Oh, no, then you don't have to. The question is it likely to cause you to become sleepy? Is it guaranteed to cause you to become sleepy?
No,
Will it interfere with your reasoning power or your judgment?
I don't.
Okay. Now, we do keep an eye, believe it or not, on the jurors to make sure nobody's nodding off. It can happen. And also, if somebody feels that coming on, don't hesitate to let us know, because we can take a break if it's only involving 5 minutes or maybe a little longer, and we can deal with that. Or if it's persistent, we might ask you to do 50 push-ups here. Well, all right. We want to make sure everybody can fulfill his duty and responsibility and privilege of sitting on the jury. So, you know, just having something that causes you to have to take medication, we try not to excuse people unless it's going to be an interference. So we're going to hope for the best. And if you become drowsy or something, just let us know. Or if you need a bathroom break, something like that, just get the attention of me, the clerk, or one of the bailiffs, and we'll take time that's necessary. Any question about that? You've been very cordial and kind with me, and I'm done, finally. So let's turn to the prosecution, and Mr. Binger, the jury is yours. Oh yeah, I thought that was taken care of.
No, they weren't here.
Oh, would you attorneys just go speak with Sergeant Beth for a moment? There was an issue that came up that we need to.
Okay. I am so sorry, guys. I am so sorry that I didn't have the volume tuned in. Ugh, trying to get all these kinds of things figured out, and it's all kind of last minute. But I will do better. I will do better. Okay. So everybody can hear now, hopefully, and thanks, guys, for being patient and hanging in there with me and my lack.
Is there any one of you who has
Looks like they're back
religious or
on.
moral objection to the taking of an oath? Okay, would you all please raise your one of your hands to signify your acceptance of the oath? Go ahead.
Do you and each of you swear you will truly answer as many to such questions put to you in regards to your competency to sit as a juror in this action where the state of Wisconsin is plaintiff and Kyle Rittenhouse is defendant, so help you God?
Okay, thank you. All right, and then did you folks resolve that issue?
They keep telling secrets. Okay, I'm hearing a little bit louder, so I'm going to try and get it louder.
Number 57. 57. I'm going to excuse you, sir. You're excused, and call the. Yeah, you're going to get a letter about future jury service. Okay, thank you, sir. The clerk is going to give you, the bailiff is going to give you a letter. Thank you, sir. Oh, we don't need a number, do we? We're full. Okay, Mr. Binger, it's all yours.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Binger. I'm one of the prosecutors on the case here, representing the state of Wisconsin. The judge has given you a little bit of information regarding the circumstances surrounding this case, and I just want to ask a few questions regarding the events surrounding the night of August 25th, 2020, and that time period here in Kenosha. I think we're all familiar with the incident on Sunday night, August 23rd, 2020, in which a Kenosha police officer shot a black man by the name of Jacob Blake. There were a series of responses here in our community which can be labeled a number of different ways, but in generally we had a lot of people that came out onto the streets protesting. There were riots, there was arson, there was looting, there were a lot of things going on. And I don't want to get into which side or which beliefs were right or wrong or anything like that. There are constitutional rights to assemble and speech, etc. What I just want to ask is, how many of you came out physically on any of those nights to participate in any of those activities? To protest, to show your support for any particular cause, anything along those lines? I'm not seeing any hands. How many of you have any close friends or family members who came out on any of those nights to participate in any of those events? Maybe to march, maybe to protest, maybe to support one side, one cause, one belief or the other. And again, I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot about what your beliefs are. I just need to know if there was any participation. So let's start, and I'm going to do my best to refer to everybody's numbers here, but I got to admit we've changed numbers so many times that I'm not sure I'm going to get them all right. In the back row there, you are in seat number 6. I think you are actually juror number 39. Is that right? Okay. Either way, I think we know who you are. You're raising your hand. Can you tell me a little bit about that, please?
My husband and I, we have a biracial granddaughter who during this whole episode in that she... Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get the first part?
Yes.
Okay, and there was one instant, and it was kind of later on when they did a march from the YMCA down and everything like that, and she right grandparent and still feeling her part. And this is something that we allowed to do with another group of family members than that. And it was kind of a trying time at that time for us to balance the perspective.
Okay. So I just want to follow up. So your granddaughter did participate in some of the marching or protests, things like that?
Right, but it was later on.
Okay.
Right at the beginning.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything about your granddaughter's involvement in that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
A little bit, I'm sorry.
Okay.
A little bit.
All right. Now, I think the judge has already kind of gone through the whole discussion of how we're going to be hearing testimony and evidence in this case, and only at the end of that and hearing the instructions from the judges to the law, will the jury be in a position to make a decision here? Do you think that you'll be able to keep an open mind, listen to all of the evidence and testimony, follow the judge's instructions, and only make your decision at the end of the case? You don't know?
I don't think so.
You don't think you'll be able to keep an open mind throughout?
No.
Okay. Do you feel, to use one of the judge's questions, do you feel that you're not going to be as fair as some of the other jurors that are sitting around you?
Yeah.
You feel that way? Okay. Your Honor, I don't know that this juror can be fair, so I think it would be appropriate to strike her for cause.
Mr. Richards? Mr. Nasrafzi?
I have no objections to that.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And you'll get a note from the bailiff. And let's ask number 58 to come up, please. Number 58, please. All right, sir, would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the question asked so far?
I've expressed views.
Okay. Are you able to shed those views and decide the case exclusively as you hear and see the evidence in this case?
Yes.
Okay, you may be examined further about it, but thank you. Please take seat number 6.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I had asked a question about whether or not you had friends, close friends or family members that had participated in any of the events here in Kenosha. And we already spoke to one of the jurors. I know there were a few other hands that I missed, so if you could just raise your hands again so I get everybody. Okay, in the front row here, I think you are juror number 23?
Yes.
Okay.
My son went down there, told me he went, but without incident, so it's not going to affect me at all.
Sure.
Just letting you know he was there.
Was that on the Tuesday night, August 25th, when the incident in this case occurred, or was it a different night? Do you remember?
I honestly do not know. There were a couple things that he went down there to check things out, and I don't know which specifically.
Okay. Thank you very much. Did you have your hand up, ma'am?
I did.
Okay. You're seated, for the record, you're seated in juror 24, but I think you're juror number 40. Is that right? Okay.
Just some friends from church did like a church service out front.
Okay. Out front of where? Oh, okay. Do you remember what night that would have been?
No, I think it was later on.
Okay. Did you participate in that at all? Okay. Would that affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror here? Okay. Thank you. Was there anyone else's? Okay. Juror number 29.
I'm not quite sure if you're just referring to the evening or during the days of those events.
At any time.
So
Yeah.
he wasn't boarding up the buildings downtown and uptown.
You personally were? Okay. Were those businesses that you knew, like the owners, or were involved with in any way, or just?
But the owners as we were helping build up, or board up, sorry.
Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. Anyone else's hands that I missed? Okay, thank you. So, juror 29 touches on a subject that I wanted to get to next, which is that we I think are all familiar with the fact that during this sequence of events, there were a lot of properties and businesses here in the community that were damaged. Some were destroyed with fires. Others were the subject of looting or burglaries, things like that. So what I want to ask, first of all, is how many of you were personally affected by any of the arson, violence, looting, rioting, whatever you want to call it, where your property, your home, your business, anything like that was personally affected by it? Anyone? No hands. Okay. Do any of you have any close friends or family members whose property, your home, their homes, their businesses, etc., were directly affected by any of the violence, any of the property damage that occurred around this period of time? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back row there. I believe that you are in seat number 3, but you are juror number 43, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
My daughter had a business downtown. It was, they boarded it up and it's subsequently closed.
It's subsequently closed?
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any actual property damage to the business? Okay. What was it that caused it to close?
Just lack of, people were going downtown. It
Sure.
just became,
Okay.
that area.
Sure, I understand. Is there anything about that experience that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Did you raise your hand, sir?
I did.
Okay.
Well, I had some coworkers that actually live in apartment buildings real close to the car dealer and a couple other places where garbage trucks were started on fire. So there's a garbage truck. So there was a mandatory evacuation of those apartments. So they had to find other coworkers that could put them up while this is all going on.
Okay. And what part of town was that specifically?
I believe it was 7th Avenue.
Okay. Is there anything about the experiences that your coworkers had that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
Just how crazy they said everything was when they came into work every day.
Okay. And do you believe that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror?
That probably would, no.
Okay, thank you. I think I saw at least one other hand somewhere, but maybe I missed it. Okay. Juror number 40?
ENL office.
I'm sorry?
ENL office furniture.
Okay.
And some friends from church lived there.
Was that the one down on 60th?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And they relocated.
And you said these, the people that owned it were friends of yours from church? Okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. Anyone else whose hands I missed with regard to the question of whether or not you have close friends or family members who had homes, property, businesses, etc., that were damaged or affected or burglarized or anything like that during all of these events? And I'm not seeing any other hands. Okay, thank you. I believe the judge may have already asked this question, but is there anyone in the group of 34 that is not currently a resident of Kenosha County? And I ask because we've had a couple of already, so I just want to make sure. All right. I want to continue along the line I was just getting at about the property damage that occurred to some parts of our community. And I know that there were many people who live in our community who felt vulnerable, who felt scared about what might be happening to them, to their homes, to their property. I know juror number 29 already mentioned helping to board up some local businesses. So I want to ask this question. How many of you yourselves, personally, took steps to protect yourself, your family, your home, your business during that period of time? That can range from boarding up windows to moving and staying someplace else. Some people decided to take steps to protect themselves with firearms or other defensive weapons, things like that. How many of you personally decided that you needed to take those steps during that period of time to protect yourself or your family, your home, your business? Okay. I'm going to try and remember all the hands here, but if I forget, I'll come back to you. Let's start in the back row there, juror number 43.
My daughter, my son-in-law, and her baby, they left town. And so
Thank you. Could you pass the microphone to juror number 4 next to you? Yes.
Yeah, we ended up moving all the vehicles to the back side of the house because we had people walking down the sidewalks in groups. So made my wife pretty nervous.
All right. Anything else on that one, sir?
No.
Okay. Was there anyone else in the back row? Okay. Juror number, I believe you're juror number 58. Is that right? Okay.
We just moved. We just took our family, my entire family, went out to the county for one of the nights.
Do you
My
have?
parents' house.
Okay. I was going to ask, did you have family out there? Okay. Thank you. All right. Let's stay in the jury box here while we're all close by. I believe that. Was there anyone else in the jury box itself that had their hand raised? Okay. Juror number 14? Okay.
We just spent a few nights at my place of employment just when there were rumors of going after the schools.
And where do you work at?
During church.
Okay. And so you were concerned about possible damage to the church or looting or something like that?
We just heard the rumors, so we took precautions just to be there.
Okay, thank you. I believe that, and I don't have everybody's numbers here. Are you juror number 46? Okay, thank you.
I went to my sister's house in Gurnee, stayed there for a few days.
Okay, thank you. Where else? Let's see. Do we have any other hands in the jury box or over in the corner? Okay, let's do the front row here. Did anyone else raise their hand in the front row? Okay, juror number 23.
I went and got a gun to protect my house and my family.
Okay. So am I correct in assuming that you didn't have a gun before this, but you decided to purchase one during this period of time?
They encouraged me to make that decision and get my concealed carry.
Okay. All right, thank you. Jury number 25, did you raise your hand, sir?
I live in a subdivision in the south side of Pleasant Prairie. We assembled a neighborhood watch.
Okay.
Basically, just watch the visual.
Sure. Did you ever have any problems?
No, we didn't.
Okay, that's good. All right, and then over here in the chairs, I know there were some hands, and I'm sorry I didn't catch everybody. Let's start in the far corner there, juror number 11, I believe. Okay.
Is this on? Oh, there we
Yes.
go. We pulled our cars to the back of the house, and we closed our doors, made sure everything was locked. We also have a gun for protection, and we moved, we had a blue light out in front of our house in support of the police, but because of the riots, we're concerned about the safety of our home and replaced that with a regular bulb.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you very much. Who else? Right in front of you there, juror number 22. Yes, sir.
We boarded up our business. We have a showroom. We didn't have any damage or any problems.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else that you did personally other than that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. I know there were other hands. I'm sorry I missed. Let's go to, where am I on the list here? Are you, got my numbers here. Are you, wait. Yes, yes. Sorry, I'm trying to follow the map here. Yes.
We went on a short walk and all our neighbors got together and had a neighborhood watch, and we pretty much all stayed in.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else over here in the chairs whose hand I missed? Okay, was there anyone else in the whole group, anyone else whose hand I missed on that? I kind of jumped around a little bit, so I'm sorry. Okay, good. Thank you. Now, there were many reactions to the shooting of Jacob Blake by a Kenosha police officer. And I think we can all agree there were people that felt that they wanted to exercise their constitutional right to assemble peaceably and protest. Is there anyone who feels that it would be inappropriate for citizens to take to the streets and peacefully protest what they consider to be something that was unjust? Is there anyone who feels that that is inappropriate? Okay. Does everyone understand the difference between that and taking violent actions such as property damage, arson, looting, things like that? Does everybody understand that there's a big difference between those two things? Okay. Can we all agree that human life is more valuable than property. Is there anyone who disagrees with that statement? Seeing no hands. Okay, thank you. Now, I've heard some of you mention that you either used a gun for personal protection or acquired a gun during this time period. And what I want to ask is, how many of you would consider yourselves to be familiar with firearms? Have a personal experience, personal familiarity with that? Okay, and I'm seeing quite a few hands. All right. How many of you personally are hunters? Okay, I'm seeing a few hands on that one. All right. How many of you have, at some point in your life, either personally gone through certification to become a hunter when you were younger, like a teenager, for example, or maybe you've had your son or daughter go through that to become certified to go hunting when they're underage? How many of you have ever gone through that yourselves? Okay. All right, thank you. Has anyone here ever become certified to become an EMT, an emergency medical technician? Okay, juror number 13. Is that something that you are currently certified to do?
Yeah, I'm a paramedic.
And how long have you been working as a paramedic?
Specifically paramedic, about 6 years, been on the department for about almost 10.
In the fire department?
Yeah.
And which department is that?
Bristol?
Bristol? Okay. And so what did you have to do to become certified to be an EMT?
EMT, that was like 6 months of school.
And what did you have to do during that schooling?
A lot of tests, a lot of physical exams, hands-on, a lot of hands-on stuff.
Now, prior to starting that training, did you have to get a college degree or a high school diploma or anything like that? High school diploma was required for that? Okay. And you said you worked as a paramedic for about 6 years?
Yes, I've been paramedic.
Were you involved in any of the emergency response to any of the events surrounding August of last year, things like that?
I was not personally, but my department was.
I knew they brought in other departments, so I didn't know if you personally were involved in that. Okay, thank you very much. The incidents in this case occurred very close to this building, mostly along Sheridan Road, from this area down south to about 63rd Street. And there's going to be some discussion in this case of some of the locations and some of the businesses in that area, particularly a used car dealership by the name of Car Source. They have a couple of different locations here in the area, including one at about 59th and Sheridan on the west side of the road. There's another one at 58th and Sheridan on the east side of the road, and then a third one down at 63rd and Sheridan. Is there anyone who's personally familiar with any of those businesses? And I'm talking about before all this happened, because it's maybe been in the news since then, but is anybody personally familiar with those businesses? Anybody shop there, work there, bought a car from them, walked the lot to look at their cars, anything along those lines? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. I would like all of you who are seated here to take a look around at the other jurors, the other 34 of you that are seated here, and I'm going to ask you if you know any of the other jurors that are around you. Okay, let's go to juror number 14.
I believe I know this lady to the left of me, but I can't recall her name. I apologize.
All right, and we're not going to say names, but I think you are juror number 55, ma'am? Okay. Can you hand the microphone to her, sir? Do you agree that you know him as well?
I do.
Okay, let me start with you. If you are selected to be one of the jurors in this case, we are going to expect that you listen to all the evidence and testimony, and when it comes time to deliberate and make a decision in this case, we would like you to make a decision based on the evidence, the testimony in the case, the instructions of the judge. And jurors, of course, are expected to discuss it when they're deliberating, listen to each other's opinions, etc. But we want your decision to be made based on what happens here in the courtroom and not something outside the courtroom. So I'll give you an example, and I don't know the relationship between the two of you, but hypothetically, if one of you was the boss and one was the employee, there could be a danger that the employee may not want to side against the boss, because when you leave this trial, then that could affect your employment. And I don't know the situation, and I don't need to know that. What I'm just getting at is, do you believe that you'd be able to, if you both were on this jury, that you'd be able to put aside your personal relationship and make your own decision without considering outside things that you may have with the other juror? Does that make sense?
Yes, and I do.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask you the same question, sir, juror number 14. Would you agree with that as well? Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the panel that knows any other jurors? Okay, thank you. We had a juror who has since been excused who made a comment that leads into one of my questions. And as I understood that juror's comment, it was something to the effect of, she has a lot of friends and family who have strong opinions about the case. And she felt like she would make a decision in this case based on what she already knows or the opinions she's already heard, and wouldn't be able to put that aside. The judge has alluded to the fact that this is a case that has a lot of attention to it, and I think we've picked up on the fact that there are a lot of people with strong opinions one way or the other. Now, obviously, no one's heard any testimony or evidence yet, so the facts aren't in it. But what I'm getting at is, you all may have friends or family that know about this case, who you've already talked to about this case, and they may have their own opinions. We want you to make the decision. Those friends and those family aren't here. We're going to be asking you as the jurors to make the decision based on the evidence. Everybody else out there hasn't heard the evidence. And whatever they're reading in the newspapers or seeing on the media or whatever is not evidence. So, sometimes, as one juror has already alluded to, that can put someone in a little bit of a difficult position where you feel like, if I decide one way, it might make all of my friends or family upset because they disagree with me, or vice versa. I don't know. So my question is there any one of you who feels that you're in a group of friends or family, or you've got people that you know who are just so dead set on one side or the other of this case that you'd be afraid to make a decision in this trial and then have to face them, have to go home at the end, and they're confronting you with, well, why did you find this, that, or the other thing when we disagree with that? Is there anybody who would be uncomfortable, who'd be worried about the consequences of making a decision in this case because you're worried it might be unpopular with the people that you know? Okay, ma'am, I think you are juror number 15, is that right? Okay, thank you.
I don't really care about friends, basic family, but my husband.
Okay.
I have to live with him. And he is very opinionated, and he has his mind made up, and I would not want to go home with a decision that would result against his.
I understand, and we certainly don't want to cause your divorce.
Well, both been divorced, so this would be the second.
Well, anyway, my point is I don't want to do anything to cause any friction in your marriage. If I could just have you hold on to that for one more second. The judge has already advised all of you that you are to not discuss the case when you go home at night. And I can understand that that might be difficult in some circumstances. Do you feel like you'd have some difficulty with that in your home?
No, but it would be the end result of going home.
Okay.
And it could actually end the marriage. He's that opinionated on it.
And I don't need to know which side or what his opinion is. My point is, in asking this question, ma'am, is I don't want jurors to feel that pressure and have it influence their decision. Your decision should be based on the evidence, the law in this case, what you hear in the courtroom, and not on what you're worried about someone else might think. So, do you feel like your situation with your husband would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? I'm sorry, ma'am, but I have to. Okay, I understand. Thank you for being honest. I appreciate that. That's sometimes hard to talk about these things. It can make people uncomfortable, and I'm sorry I had to put you on the spot there, but I do appreciate your honesty, and I do appreciate everybody here has been so forthcoming and open and forthright about their opinions and their experiences and things like that. And I'm sorry I had to put you on the spot like that, but I hope you understand how important it is that we hear that. Your Honor, I would move to excuse juror number 15 based on cause.
Is there objection?
Judge, can I ask,
Yes.
can I ask a question? You want me to do that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll stay back here, Mr. Bringer. Juror number 15, hi.
Hi.
So you have concerns, and I couldn't see you, but I could hear you. You have concerns about how your spouse would react to a certain verdict that you gave?
That's correct.
Okay. Would that feeling or your concern, would that sway how you viewed the evidence in the case? Okay. So if you, whatever the evidence is, and you have a strong belief in one side or the other, if that is in opposition to what you believe your husband believes, would that have an impact on you being able to say, this is my honest opinion as to what I believe?
I'm not sure I understand.
So if you,
No, I understand.
it's okay.
Why don't we, let's do this. Why don't we lay this aside for the time? The juror has stated she's upset now, so I think it's best to move on to something else, and then we can come back to this later. I'm not trying to curtail your examination, but let's save it for later. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
We've already put one juror on the spot, so I'll move on. Is there anyone else who feels similarly? Is there anyone else who's worried that you would be put in a situation where you might be making a decision and then you might be returning to folks that you'd be dealing with some tension on that? Okay, I see a few more hands, so I appreciate that. Let me try and go in somewhat of a logical order here. I believe you are juror number 46, is that right? Okay.
I'm more the lines that, I'm sorry, I'm a gossip, and I don't think I could be quiet, because I talk to my sister every single day.
Okay.
I honestly don't think I could not tell her what's going on. That's just, we're so close like that.
Sure, and that's great. I think it's wonderful to have that support and that relationship. It's hard. This is a case that's, I think everybody probably walking into the courtroom today was wondering if this is where you were going to be at, and here you are. And I think everybody's acknowledged that we all knew about this before today, and it's gotten a lot of coverage. And there is a natural tendency to want to talk about any case that any juror is on, but particularly one like this. So I respect that and I understand that. The judges talked a lot about the requirements of being a juror in this case, and some of them seem a little draconian, a little illogical, maybe a little unfair, but they're the rules. And there are good reasons why these rules exist. And I think we all understand that. Sometimes it can be a lot to ask, but it's a requirement. And it's important because we want to get the decision based on only what's happening in the courtroom. And as the judge has already explained, there's a lot of other things out there in the world that may not be accurate, and we want to make sure we get the best decision for everybody. It's fairness to the defendant, it's fairness to the state, it's fairness to the community. This is the process we use, and it's a very, very important one. It's long, time-honored one, but it requires the jurors to accept that limitation. It requires the jurors to go home and do exactly what the judge said, which is, if you talk about it, we're in big trouble. And I think we've all picked up on the fact that you don't want to be in trouble with Judge Schrader. So, can you do that? Is it too much to ask? I mean, you can talk about the weather. You can talk about the Milwaukee Bucks. You can talk about the Chicago Bears. You can talk about kids. You can talk about school. You can talk about whatever. Just not anything to do with this case for as long as the trial goes on. I'm not saying you can't talk to your sister. You just got to be able to keep some things out of it.
I don't know. See, that's
I can make it pretty short. Remember when I was talking about sequestering the jury?
yeah. Oh no.
I can do that to one person. No phone, no TV, No, seriously. No. You think you could keep from talking under those circumstances, if that's the alternative?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't want to be sequestered, but I was just trying to be really honest that
And that's exactly what we want. And bless your soul, that's exactly, you're the ideal juror in that respect. But you do need to understand that we mean it about these rules, and you simply cannot do it. And that's all there is to it. And we all have to live life within its limitations and resist some of our impulses. And I don't think it's beyond you to obey the rule.
okay, I'll try.
No, you'll do it.
I'll just tell my sister she can't call me until it's over.
Yeah, tell her to call me and I'll explain why, all right? All right.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I know there were a couple other hands that I missed. Was there someone in the front row? Okay, let's do that, sure. Juror number 4, go ahead.
I have, which is kind of like IBS, but it is more of an anxiety problem. So when this comes on, which is happening right now, I get chest pains and pressure in my ear, which makes it hard for me to stay focused on what's happening. So I'm fearful that this is going to cause lapses in time where I'm not really paying attention to what I'm hearing because I'm focusing a lot more on the symptoms. So.
Thank you for sharing that. Are you okay right now?
No, that's why I brought it up.
Have you had trouble following the things we've just been talking about?
It's making me more and more anxious.
Okay.
What's going on, the worse.
Is there anything you need medically wise, medication, anything like that to help with that?
It's a lot of different things I've tried. Nothing seems to work. They just keep saying, try whatever you can.
Okay.
It's not a diagnosed type of problem.
Did you identify it as
IBS? Yeah, they said it's a type of IBS. Irritable bowel.
Irritable.
Yeah, exactly. That's what, are you concerned about having a reaction?
It's probably because I eat pizza.
Okay, well, and of course, if you just start out of here, that's okay, if there's an issue. But when you were describing the symptoms, you're talking about typical anxiety type symptoms. Yeah, but if it develops into something that would be lower in your system, how much time would you typically have?
Well, once it starts, every 10, 15 minutes, I might have to be excused.
Okay, okay. Now, is this something that you think could happen and that you're anxious about the could? Or are you, pardon me?
The anxiety usually.
Sure. And the question I have is sometimes the anxiety is the worst enemy because you're concerned that it might happen and that's disabling in itself. And the question I have is, are you anxious that it could happen or that it will happen?
No, it has nothing to do with the anxiety. That's not what causes the anxiety. The anxiety causes it.
Right.
The exact opposite.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding. All right. I mean, would a break be helpful right now?
Probably not.
Okay. Would you alert us if there's an issue that you need to immediately cease what we're doing?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do that, and then we'll see what develops, okay?
All right.
And I'm going to ask that you move on to something else with this, too, and we can come back if necessary.
The question I was getting at earlier, and we had a couple of hands already, and I think I missed a few hands, so I want to come back to it, because I was asking about whether or not making a decision as a juror in this case would put you in a situation where you might have friends or family members who you'd have to confront afterwards. I think everybody got the gist of that. I believe that juror number 31, did you raise your hand, ma'am? Okay, thank you.
Well, number 31. I won't want to be hosting Thanksgiving, which I've done in the past, especially with my family attending, and then my nephew, who was a police officer and now has PTSD over many of these situations. It's just very difficult in that regard. Would it make me be impartial? No. But it will make it a very uncomfortable Thanksgiving.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You are concerned that if you're a juror and you make a decision one way or the other in this case, that it could cause some discomfort, some awkward interactions with family at the holidays. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because of the reasons why we left the place.
Okay. And I believe you said that, I think you meant to say that it would not affect your ability to be impartial, but it would be something that would be weighing in your mind. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
Okay. So I want to be respectful of the consequences to your family, because I certainly don't want the holidays to be any more awkward than they already can be sometimes, right? But do you feel that being worried about how Thanksgiving might be or worried about family would affect your ability to listen to the evidence in this case, follow the judge's instructions, and ultimately reach a decision? Okay. Thank you very much. I believe that juror number 50, did you raise your hands too, sir? Okay. Thank you.
So I've got a lot of friends on pretty much both sides of the spectrum, including a former roommate who is a received police officer. I guess my thought is there is some bias, because I have tons of friends, like I said, on both sides.
Sure.
That are very opinionated, and I don't live with most of them anymore. I don't live with the receiving police officer, but I know, I guess, knowing them and how opinionated they are might affect my thought process.
Okay.
As well as family members. I know, like, my parents, for example, are both sides of the spectrum as well.
Sure. Can I offer a little bit of a silver lining? As a juror in this case, you'll be the expert, because you'll have seen all the evidence, right? So now they'll all listen to you, because they don't know as much as you, right? The real purpose behind my question is I understand that you have folks on both sides, as you put it, that some may disagree with one jury verdict and agree with the other side or whatever. And that's not unusual.
Right.
But what we're really concerned about is we want your decision to be based solely on what happens in the courtroom and the evidence, the law, the arguments of the attorneys, etc. What we don't want is we don't want a situation where I'll use your Racine police officer roommate, for example, and I don't know, and you don't need to say anything about how that person feels about the case, but we don't want to be putting you in a situation where you're so concerned about what that person thinks, and if I decide this case one way and then that person, the next time they see me, I'm going to have to deal with all sorts of, arguments or whatever, or support. It could be the other way too. It could be, I'm going to go this way because I want that person to, support what I'm doing, and I don't want to make them angry. It can work either way. I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying, we don't want you to be in a situation where that influences your process of making a decision here in the case. Do you feel that you'd be able to put all that aside and not worry about what they think? They're not the expert, right? Make your own decision, and then afterwards, deal with it.
Yeah, I would have no problem making my own decision. I just wanted to bring that to light.
Sure.
So that everybody else's attention, whether there's, a better fit or not.
Absolutely. No, and I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for being honest. Okay, good. Was there anyone else whose hand I missed on this question? Okay. Don't think there was. All right, good. In addition to a lot of the publicity that has been out there about this case, there have also been some efforts made to raise money to support the defendant. And there have been some websites that have been created where people can purchase merchandise with his name on it. They can donate to his family or to his legal defense fund or whatever the case may be. Is there anyone here who has done any of that to support the defendant in this case? Is there anyone who knows anyone, friends, family members, anyone who has done that to support the defendant in this case? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay, thank you. We've got a list from the court of some basic information about all of you, and one of the categories that we get is your occupation. And for a lot of you, I'm able to decipher this and it makes sense to me, but there are some blanks in here that I just want to touch on. So let me just start with, and I'm just going to kind of go in order here. I believe, are you juror number 34, sir? Okay. I don't see an occupation listed for you. Are you currently employed? And what did you do before you retired?
I was a food stamp.
Okay. And what was your highest level of education?
High school.
High school. Okay, thank you. And then let's go to, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Originally I was number 34 and they switched.
You're right, he's juror 7. You're right, I got the numbers wrong. I think he's juror number 7 and you are juror number 34. Okay, is that right, sir, you're juror number 7? Yes, okay. Let's, I meant him. Thank you for clarifying that, though. This has been a little confusing for all of us, so I'm trying my best to keep up. I've got scribbles all over the seating chart here, so I was kidding Mr. Richards. He's got nice Post-it notes to cover up people, and I wanted to borrow some from him, but anyway. Okay, let's go to juror number 9. Yes, ma'am. It indicates on my sheet that you are retired, correct?
That's correct.
What did you do before you retired?
Laboratories and the mergers and acquisitions group.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
I finished I graduated high school, but I also completed the paralegal program at Carthage.
Okay, thank you very much. And if I could just, wait, hold on. Nope, sorry. Got to keep up here. All right, let's keep going. Juror number 26. I don't see anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed?
I am.
What kind of work do you do?
I work in IT at
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
bachelor's degree.
Okay, thank you. All right. Sorry, I'm just going down the list here. All right, let's see here. Juror number 49, I believe, is in the 3rd row there, the last chair on the left. Yes. You are in what used to be chair number 19. You're juror number 49 for the record, whatever number we want to use. Sir, I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed?
No.
Are you retired?
No, I'm on Social Security.
Okay. What was your last employment?
Database acquisitions, appropriations, and analysis.
And what company did you work for doing that?
Marketing Solutions made Lake Forest Hospital.
And what is your highest level of education?
14, 13.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Counting here, make sure I'm in the right spot. I believe the lady who's in seat number 16, you are juror number 55 originally, but now you're in seat 16. Okay. I don't have anything listed for your occupation. Are you currently employed? What was your last employment?
I worked at Christian Life School.
Okay. And what is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'd like to follow up on those questions with the jurors, if I could just kind of maybe go in order. I'm going to refer to you by your seat number because it's probably easier than trying to go by number of 50s. Ma'am, in the corner there in seat number 1, what is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And if you could just pass the microphone to the person on your left, juror number 2. What is your highest level of education?
I have half of a master's degree.
Okay, thank you. And, yeah, is that easier for you, or should I? Would you prefer I use their original number?
Yeah, because then I'll know exactly
So we started with the woman who's in seat number 1 is juror number 41, is that right? Okay. Juror number 2 is still juror number 2. The woman who is in seat number 3 is juror number 43, is that right?
Correct.
And what is your highest level of education?
Attended college.
I'm sorry?
I attended college.
Okay, thank you. And if you could pass the microphone to juror number 4, what is your highest level of education?
High school diploma.
Okay, thank you. And let's see here, in seat number 5, I think you are juror number 56, is that right? And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then next to you, I believe, is juror number 58, is that right? And what is your highest level of education?
Master's degree.
Okay, thank you. And then you are what used to be juror 34, but you're in seat 7, so we'll try and keep the record clean here. What is your highest level of education?
Bachelor's plus.
Okay, thank you. And then if you could pass it to, you are juror number 45, is that right?
45.
Okay, thank you.
11.
Okay, thank you. And then you are juror number 9.
That's correct.
And I think I already talked to you, didn't I?
You did.
Okay, we can move on, sorry about that. And you are juror number 52? Okay. What is your highest level of education? Okay, thank you. And then next to you is juror number 11?
Juror number 11, high school diploma.
Okay, thank you. Why don't we just keep the microphone over there if that's easier, and we can go to juror number 22. What is your highest level of education, sir?
2 years at college.
Okay, thank you. Let me just write that down real quick. Okay, and then juror number 21?
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. And then juror number 20?
Associate degree.
And then you are juror, I already talked to you, sir, yes, I'm sorry. Then we are to juror number 18?
Master's degree in progress.
Okay, thank you. Give me one moment to catch up here, sorry, I'm jumping around. All right, you are juror number 46? Yes.
GED.
Okay, thank you. And then juror number 55, I already talked to you, and you are, we'll get back to juror 15. Juror 14?
Grade school and some college.
Okay, thank you. And then juror number 13?
Bachelor's.
Okay. And then why don't we, juror number 12, we'll do you first.
Master's degree.
Okay. And then juror number 15?
Bachelor's.
Okay, thank you. And then in the front row here, juror number 23?
Associate's degree.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 40?
Bachelor's degree.
And juror number 25?
Associate's degree.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 26, I already talked to you, all right? Yes, okay. Juror number 27?
Doctorate.
Okay. And juror number 28?
GED with some college.
Okay. And juror 29?
Bachelor's.
Thank you. And juror 30?
GED.
Okay, thank you. And then we could, I think I did, I'm sorry, did I talk to you already, sir?
Some college.
Yes, I did, okay. And then you are juror number, sorry, where are we at here? 54, correct? Bachelor's, okay, thank you. And you are juror number 50?
High school with some college.
Okay, thank you. And juror number 31? Bachelor's, okay, thank you. We talked a little bit about the witnesses and the parties involved in this case. And you have been asked about Assistant District Attorney Jim Kraus, who is my co-counsel in this case. But the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office has a number of attorneys and other folks that help us out. And sometimes I'm asked to name all the names of the attorneys in the office. I hope I don't have to do that because I might forget. So let me just ask it this way. Is there anyone, besides Mr. Kraus and myself, who you've already been asked about, does anyone know anyone else who works for the Kenosha County District Attorney's Office? Okay, I see a couple of hands. Let me start in the back there with juror number 9, correct? Yes.
You want the name of the person?
Yes, please.
Kelly Burkbach.
Okay, and how do you know Kelly?
She lives in my subdivision.
Okay. Have you ever talked to her about the work that she does as a prosecutor?
No, not really.
Is there anything about that relationship that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe, oh, I'm sorry, one more hand back there, juror number 11.
I actually believe that it was you, but I don't know you well enough, so.
Okay,
I was in a case, I was working at a bank when you arrived.
okay. That may be,
Prosecuting the case, I was a witness.
okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe juror number 40 in the front row here, you raised your hand, ma'am.
Mary Hart.
Okay, and how do you know Mary?
I'm a previous foster parent.
Excellent, okay. Is there anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
No.
Okay. Anyone else whose hand I missed? All right, good. You have also met Detectives Martin Howard and Detectives Ben Antaramian, who are the lead detectives on this case, and we have already listed off quite a few officers for the Kenosha Police Department who may be witnesses in the case or whose names may be mentioned, and we've asked you whether or not you know any of them. I want to put those names aside and ask, does anyone know anyone else that we haven't already mentioned who works for the Kenosha Police Department? Okay, I see a hand in back there in the top row. I believe you are juror number 58, is that right? Yes, okay.
Officer Beth, Deputy Wright, Casey Root.
Okay. Now, I don't believe any of those individuals will be witnesses in the trial, but is there anything about your relationship with those individuals that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay, thank you. Were there any other hands? I know juror number 40. Okay, juror number 7. Jury number 34. Sorry, jury number 34. I'm going to make that mistake over and over again. You are juror number 34, and you raise your hand, yes.
Actually, I'm not sure if they're police or sheriff, but Eric Klinkhammer.
He's with the Sheriff's Department.
Jim Kelly.
Okay. And anything about those that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Okay. All right. My question was specifically about the Kenosha Police Department, so let's just focus on that. You in front there, juror number 46. Oh, I'm sorry, you raised your hand, sir. You are juror number 56?
Yep.
Okay.
Frank Cassine for Kenosha County Police.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay. Juror number 46, yes.
My hairdresser is married to, I go to her house, and she's married to a Kenosha police officer.
Okay.
I don't know, her name's Melissa, but I don't know her last name.
Sure. Anything about that that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Okay, thank you. I know juror number 40, you raised your hand.
Justin Miller.
Okay. Anything?
No, I'm from church, and he was a foster parent.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else whose hands I missed? Okay, juror number 31.
Dave Wright.
Okay. Anything about that that would affect your ability? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Oh, you raised your hand, sir? Okay, sorry. You are juror number 50? Yes.
Joshua Aquino.
Okay. Anything about that that would change anything?
No.
Okay, good. Anyone else whose hand I missed? Okay, good. I just could have one moment to confer here. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Binger. Trying to decide if we should. The natural break would be about 3 o'clock, which will probably interrupt you. Do you prefer to start and be interrupted, or wait?
You're good. I'm ready if you're.
Be my guest.
Very good.
Thinking only of myself. How about you folks? Anybody need a break? Anybody? Yeah, let's do this. We'll take a condensed break of about, let's hope for 10 minutes, and then we'll start at that time. Sorry.
No problem.
All right. Don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to anything, and don't. And come back in the same seat, please.
Okay. Well, that was the first part, or that was the second part. I guess we're going into another break here with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial coverage, jury selection. Very interesting process. I know I mentioned that before. And one thing that really stood out to me, I thought, well, a couple of things stood out to me. One, this lawyer early on was brought up Jacob Blake and the fact that he had been killed, and people wanted to come out and riot or protest. And he asked the juror, or the jury, all of the jury's options. He said something along the lines of, hopefully we can agree that human life is more valuable than property. To me, it's like chanting Black Lives Matter. It's a given that Black Lives Matter. We don't need a chant for that. We don't need shirts. We don't need hats. We don't need signs. We don't need a flag. It's a given. And if you feel that you need to chant Black Lives Matter, I'm concerned about where your position is. Who are you trying to convince? It's a given, right? So when he said human lives are more valuable than property, yeah, man, that's a given. Why is that question being asked? Well, it's being asked because he's trying to simultaneously devalue what these people went out and did in response to the death of Jacob Blake. They weren't protesting. They were rioting. And in that, they were damaging and destroying property, businesses that affected, also affected people. So he's trying to devalue one thing by asking a Captain Obvious question. And I find that to be manipulating and abhorrent. So that's my take on that. And then also, there was something else. I committed to writing these things down because I knew I wouldn't remember everything. And here I am. I wrote one thing down and I didn't write the other. So they're taking a quick break here. Let's see. About 10 minutes, he said. Thanks for tuning in, guys. I think there's still an echo. I'm going to figure this out. I'm going to get this figured out so that it is better tomorrow when we get going again. Hey, Simplify, Belinda, Mama Bear, good afternoon to you all. Belinda, did I just say that? Matthew, they were trying to kill Kyle. They absolutely were. Linda, Vicky, Ethel, good afternoon to you all. Crystal, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody, all those who have joined since we began a little while ago. Let's see here. Okie dokie. It's looking good. Hello to everyone on Twitch, everyone on YouTube, and everyone on Facebook. And I do want to say we are trying to rebuild this backup page, the BC Preacher on YouTube. If you guys can subscribe, that would be amazing. Doesn't cost anything. When you subscribe, make sure that when you hit the notification bell, we've had so many complaints about not receiving notifications. And one thing about the notifications is they have 3 different options. This is the same on Facebook and YouTube, so this is going to be relevant to everybody watching. It automatically defaults you when you subscribe to highlights for that page. What you want to do is change the bell notification to all so that you get all the notifications whether they're highlights or not, because basically the highlights are whatever YouTube and Facebook feel are highlights. And I think we all know that YouTube and Facebook and all those good people there don't have very good judgment as to what a highlight is and what's not. So they don't have good judgment overall. Vaughn Michelle, Kimby, hey guys, thanks so much for joining us. Thank you, Black Conservative Preacher, for the awesome compliment. You're a doll. He's hard at work right now. Ismail, I'm sorry if I'm saying your guys' names wrong. Ismail, good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've got just a couple more minutes before the judge jumps back into it. What are your thoughts on the way that they're True Freedom? Kyle thought he was RoboCop that night. I don't think so. I'm not agreeing with that. But, however, you know, I can totally understand. I wonder, I didn't watch the jury selections for the George Floyd thing, and I feel like, or the George Floyd trial, or actually it was not the George Floyd trial, I'm sorry. It was the Derek Chauvin trial. For a whole year straight, there was coverage on it, and then the trial happened, or not a whole year, but pretty close. Wasn't it like a whole year? But with this trial, there's not been a whole lot of coverage on this one. So there's not been that, people have been out rioting for months on end before this trial starts. So it's like the jurors don't have the same amount of saturated bias as the Chauvin trial, the jurors in the Chauvin trial did, you know? So he may be, I think he'll get definitely a more fair trial. All right, we're coming up on 2 minutes here before the trial reconvenes. The jury selection reconvenes here. Felt like it too. I had all but checked, and it was back to highlight. Ethel, you know what? I'm married to BCP, and I still, Facebook and YouTube still changes my notifications settings without my consent. And I have to go back and double check myself to make sure that I'm checked to all notifications. It's so bizarre. If he ever goes, here's a good way to tell. If he ever goes live and you don't get a notification just once, go check that bell. Because that bell is going to tell you whether or not it's on all. So it could be on all, and then all of a sudden you don't get a notification, you go check, and they have changed it. The new YouTube channel is The BC Preacher. It's what we're watching it on now. Let's see. Does anybody have the link to that? I can pull that up real quick, but I just I'm new to this, so I don't want to mess anything up. I'm going to play with it some tonight so I can be better for this trial. I wonder how long the trial will go. That's going to be interesting to know. Do you think it'll be longer than 2 weeks? Do you think it'll be a week or two, or do you think it'll be a month? What are your guys' guesses on those? Let's see. There it is. Thank you, Witchy. Appreciate it. That is the link to the new YouTube channel, The BC Preacher, on YouTube. And I think, I think they're not showing, I haven't checked any other feeds. 3 weeks, Desert Runner. It sounds good. I don't know about like how many witnesses they have and such like that. I don't know what it will look like. But I think that they have the camera set up on the judge, because would they really be showing the jury right now? Or no? I don't know. 2 weeks left on the trial, I think. Oh, 2 minutes. Yeah. We're coming up here. There's something else I was going to say, and I totally forgot. I got to make sure. There are more people watching this trial than people that ever tune into the White House for Brandon's press conferences and such. Let's go, Brandon. He's just so boring. People do not tune into him. It's so baffling to me. Share this out too, guys. Please, please. Sorry, I'm not really looking at the camera because I'm reading the comments. I'm sorry. Let's go, Brandon. Everything woke turns to let's go, Brandon. Oh, there's new shirts up on the site too. I should show you guys some of those when I come back. Here they are.
Is that chair better?
Oh, trial's on. So here's the new shirts in the store. If anybody's interested, everything woke turns to let's go, Brandon. Because I love the Stayed. Everything woke turns to beep, but I can't say that. So I feel like this is really good. And then let's go, Brandon, Ditch 46. And these Terry sweatshirts have been pretty popular. So if you guys are interested, there they are. And that's at thebcpreacher.com. And they're coming back in. Here we go.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Corey Schreffesy. I'm one of the lawyers for Mr. Rittenhouse, along with Mr. Richards and Ms. Wisco. I'm going to try to follow up on some of the questions that had been asked by Mr. Binger. I'm not here to embarrass anybody. If there's something that you want to talk about in the back, feel free. I'm only telling you that because I'm following up on some of the things from individual jurors that you had said. So I'm going to start, if I can, with juror number 23 in seat 23. Ma'am, you had mentioned that your son had gone down to the riots, the protests, whatever it was, and you had, should she have a microphone, Judge? Okay, so you had said that your son had gone down there, and you didn't remember what day it was, though, is that right? Okay. Can I ask you, how old is your son?
He was 19 at the time.
Okay. And you had mentioned that you were you had asked him not to do that.
Exactly.
Okay. Can I ask you, it's a broad question, but why? Were you worried for his safety? Did you not want him to get arrested? Kind of all of it? What was kind of going through your mind?
Mostly his safety, not knowing what was going on down there, and I'm just kind of the type of person to lock up and stay home and be safe and protect my own and not go look for any trouble.
Sounds good to me.
Comment on one.
Sorry, Judge. Were you watching what was happening?
Yes.
All right, and so you had observed property damage, things like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Fires that were going on.
Okay. And so the biggest concern you had was for his safety?
Yes, I just didn't think he needed to be any part of it.
Okay. You had also mentioned that Mr. Binger had asked a question, and you had mentioned that you had purchased, if I have it right, you had purchased a firearm directly because of what was happening in Kenosha?
Yes.
And so that is something that prior to that time, you hadn't had a firearm in your residence, or you hadn't felt the need to protect yourself that way?
Had not ever had a gun in my possession, and after all of that, neighbors yelling that I shouldn't have my flag hanging, my United States of America flag should not be up because, for whatever reason, I left it up and I got a gun.
Thank you. Juror number 31, I think in seat 31. You had mentioned that, and tell me if I have this right, that there was a question about how you felt about Thanksgiving, or you were going to have Thanksgiving. And so your nephew was a police officer in Kenosha?
Not in Kenosha. He was a police officer for 10 years up in Winterfish Bay.
Did he come down to Kenosha August 23rd, 24th, 25th?
Not there, but he felt threatened even in his area, to the point that, kissing his little kids goodbye, not knowing if he was going to see him the next day because of the uproar and the riots that he was seeing.
If you know, was it equated, his decision to no longer be a police officer, was that related to specifically what had happened in Kenosha?
I think it was part of it. I think the lack of police support, which we are very supportive of our police and good friends with many, that it hurt him to leave, but he knew he couldn't handle it anymore.
Thank you. Juror number 40 in seat 24, right behind you there. So I just have one simple question. You had mentioned, I think a couple times, that you're a foster parent. Is that right?
I'm a previous foster parent. We don't have our foster license.
Okay. The reason I say that is I am too, and you had known, or you know Mary Hart through that. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Without getting into too much detail, is it something that you had dealt with Attorney Hart on a lot? Like, have you seen her a lot as it relates to this foster care kind of thing?
For the foster care, excuse me, the Foster Parent Association, like banquet, she was like a speaker and a guest for quite a few of those. But then she was just in at most of our court proceedings throughout.
Okay.
In the termination of parental rights.
But nothing about that involvement with her would have any impact on your decision in terms of listening to the evidence in this case. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like they're telling secrets again, guys. Okay, they are convening to the side right now. I'm still working on how to get it louder. I think they're coming back in. Okay, we'll see. I think they're coming back in a second. I'm going to keep working on the audio, guys.
You all had mentioned that you were aware of the case. Nobody had raised their hand when they said that they weren't aware of what was going on. Is there anybody on the panel who has really done or tried to do a concerted effort to follow the case? Meaning, every time there's an article written or every time there's something said, that you are always paying attention to it, you're keeping track of kind of what's going on in the case. Has anybody been doing that? I see no hands. So in listening to some of the things you all have talked about, I don't live in Kenosha, but my question is this: based on what had happened, looking at it from the outside in, how many people on the panel are angry about what had happened?
Can you talk about what had happened? Can you
I'm
specify?
sorry, the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riots thing, and why we're here. Is there anybody here who's angry?
You say the 24th and into the 25th, the whole riot thing, why we're here. We're not here for the riot. Be clearer on exactly what you're talking about.
The 24th, and then the next day into the 25th, and into the night of what would be the 26th. So the riot the day before, and then Mr. Rittenhouse and the shooting the next day. Is there anybody here who's just angry about what had happened to the point that they don't feel like they can sit and listen to the case? Juror number 4. So can you just tell me what your feelings?
Well, it's just, just listening to it, I'm just getting really anxious. A lot of anxiety over it. Like, I don't know, maybe just reliving it. I live so close to everything that happened. It's just really bothering me.
The question will always be, do you think that you can set aside those feelings and
At this point, I don't think I can.
Can I ask you, what is it? Is it the anxiety about listening to the case? Is it having to judge the case if you're picked? Can you tell me what that is?
It's kind of hard to describe what is causing the anxiety, but I just know that this whole thing is causing me. To pinpoint the exact reason is kind of hard.
Do you think that if you're given whatever, I know the judge had talked about if you needed a break or anything like that, is it something that you think you can get through it, or is it something that you think you would be unable to do?
I don't know. Hard to say.
Is there any reason that is there anything at this point that makes you believe you can't do that?
No, I guess not.
Okay. So anybody else who was, and I'm just going to put it, that was so bothered by what had happened that they would find it difficult to listen to the facts of the case? No other hands. Mr. Binger had said, he had asked if anybody has a problem with people protesting, and obviously no one had raised their hands. Is there anybody here who believes that it's okay to damage property as a form of protesting? Anybody think that's okay? I see no hands. Did any member of the panel, I know no one said they were down there on, I think, the evening of the 24th. Did anybody go down and try to help clean up and see kind of the aftermath the next morning into the morning of the 25th? Anybody do that? Juror number 11.
I didn't go down to help clean up, but I did go down to review what had happened, the aftermath, what it was.
And can I ask you where you were specifically, if you remember?
Driving through the downtown and the uptown area to see the damage that was done.
Okay, and you were able to observe
Yes.
some of the, okay.
Cheerfully.
I'm sorry?
Very cheerfully.
Would it,
It affected me.
did it affect you in a way that would make it difficult? Okay, so you
I'm
could,
a very objective person.
Okay, so what you saw, although it affected you, wouldn't have an impact on your ability to listen to the case. Anyone else who might have went down there or seen anything? Make sure I have this right. Juror 29.
I just wondering, he said I was down there to board up downtown and downtown. I was down there to clean up.
Did you, when you were down there, did you have an opportunity, was it before buildings were damaged or after?
Both.
Okay.
Protect the ones that weren't damaged yet and also board up the ones that were already damaged.
All right, and seeing whatever it is that you observed and however that made you feel, do you think that would make it difficult for you to judge this case fairly? Okay. Anyone else? Oh. Juror number 54.
I just drove out of the area downtown after, like 2 or 3 days after.
Was it, I'm assuming it was still substantial, there was substantial damage? And again, however it made you feel, any difficulty in kind of separating that from what your job would be here? Okay. So, is there anyone here, you have heard the judge has told you that some of the charges involve possession of a firearm. I think Mr. Binger had asked you if you understand the workings of a firearm. My question is this, is there anyone who, knowing what you know about, or your feelings about that night, is there anyone who believes that, irrespective of what the evidence would be, that if a person brought a firearm downtown, they're guilty of something? Does anybody believe that? I see no hands. One of the charges is a violation of a curfew. Does anyone believe that if there's a violation of a curfew, that fact alone then holds them responsible for everything else that happened after that curfew? Does anybody believe that? I see no hands. I think the judge will tell you this. So there's 6 charges, I think. Each one requires a separate finding by you beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there anyone who would have difficulty separating?
One of them is a civil burden only.
Okay, but fair enough. So the curfew violation is a civil ticket. But is there anyone here who would have difficulty kind of separating these out and saying, I'm going to make specific findings on each charge, irrespective of the other charge, meaning you're going to hold the state to their burden on each one of the 6 charges? Anybody have any difficulty kind of supporting that idea? I see no hands. Mr. Binger had asked you about the workings of a firearm. I think you'll hear about the firearm in this case. Okay? The firearm in this case, I think it'll be referred to as an AR-15. It's an MP-15, but it's referred to that. Is anybody so bothered by that type of firearm that they don't think that they could listen to the facts of the case and judge it fairly? Anybody have such a problem with that? Okay. I want to make sure I have it right. I'm not going to have it right. Juror number 30. Okay.
So yes, I do have a problem with it.
Okay. Can you, I don't want this to sound like a dumb question, but can you just tell me your feelings on it?
I don't think a weapon like that should belong to the general public.
Okay. If it's legal to if it's illegal to purchase, and you have your feelings, which are, I'm just going to complain about that. And the firearm in and of itself isn't illegal. Do you think you can judge this case fairly, understanding that it involves a firearm that you don't think should be legal?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think you would be, you would have difficulty setting aside whatever preconceived notions or whatever your feelings are about the case and judge it fairly? Okay. Judge, I would move to strike 30.
Hey. Go ahead.
Ma'am, I just want to clarify something. So there are going to be a lot of facts in this case about a lot of different things. Counsel's asked about the curfew, about the events of that night, protests, things like that. Am I understanding you correctly that just the simple fact that if the evidence shows that the defendant possessed an AR-15, you would find him guilty of all of the charges just based on that fact?
Pretty much.
Okay. Then I have no objection.
What was the answer, pretty much?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to excuse you. And please give her a note. And
Juror number 60.
all right. Ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions, or raise your hand in answer to any of the, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions asked so far?
Yes, sir.
What's up?
Just about medication, I recently started an antidepressant and
Okay.
sleep medicine that makes me extremely loopy.
It makes you
extremely loopy.
loopy, okay.
Yeah, like I can't comprehend anything.
Okay.
I didn't take it today just because I knew I was going to be here, but that is one of my concerns.
Okay. Do you know when this is about to happen or happening?
I mean, I get a weird feeling after I do take the medicine, but there's not, like, I don't have a time frame of when it kicks in. Like I said, I just started like 2 weeks ago, so
Okay.
it'll take a month or so for my body to get used to it. Like I said, that's my only concern.
And what is, how much of a concern is it to you in terms of your fearing this happen? Not from the standpoint you're warning me about it conceivably happening, but how likely do you think it is to happen?
It happens every time I take the medicine.
Do it? Okay.
Yeah.
And doctor has suggested that you take the
Yeah,
medicine regularly?
Yeah, we're going through trial and error to figure out
Okay,
what's
sure,
going on
sure.
medically.
Okay. Any reason this lady shouldn't be excused?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And, no, you can just leave it, yeah.
Juror number 61.
These mystery notes that I'm talking about are just related to appearing for service later in the week on a different case. All right, ma'am, would you have answered yes to any of the questions asked so far? Okay, thank you. Please be seated. In number 30.
So you, I think, have been asked a couple questions by the court about people who know police officers, people who know sheriff's deputies, and all that other stuff. Is there any person on the panel who believes or would believe the word of a police officer over someone else in the community or any of us simply because they're police officers? That those people are more believable than everyday folks? Anybody find that to be true? Okay. How about that same question if someone, for example, has a financial interest in the case? would they, how would you, or would you believe them less because of that? Juror, I'm gonna make sure I have it right. Juror number 40 in seat 24. Okay, so you, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Okay.
I said I would be more skeptical.
Okay. Okay.
Given if they had a motivation to give the correct information.
Okay. And I saw what I believe to be juror number 43 in seat 3, kind of like.
Yeah, 43.
Okay. So 43 is same. Is it? You tell me your answer to that question.
Yes. In any situation, if someone benefits from something, you have to, you have to wonder if they're pure.
Okay. Anyone else? Juror number 31.
I would just think it would be a conflict of interest that they would be up there and that they would have an alternative motive to financially benefit from it.
Okay. How about Mr. Rittenhouse has the right, the constitutional right to testify and the constitutional right not to testify. Is there anybody here who would find him less credible simply because he is charged in this case? That no matter what he says, he's less credible as a witness? Anybody actually believe that to be true? I don't see any hands. How about, I think you'll hear from some experts in this case. Does anyone here have any training in medicine or being a nurse or anything like that? Okay, so juror number 31.
I'm a pharmacist and I teach at medical schools in Milwaukee.
I'm going to ask you this question. Do they teach anything about like frontline, like emergency room things? And they do. So do you have any personal knowledge of things like gunshot wounds, anything?
Gunshot wounds, but administration of like Lanoxone for opioid overdoses and things like that.
Okay, so I think you will, so you are a pharmacist, you will likely hear from some medical doctors. Do you, because they're medical doctors, do you believe them to be more trustworthy and believable than anyone else?
Depends on the content. If it's medical based, yes, they would probably be the experts in this area.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Anybody else who, juror number 27? Okay, and if I have this right, one of you, you have a PhD, or I don't know if it's called a PhD. Okay, so you are the equivalent of a doctor of pharmacy.
Nowadays? No?
Not if you're old like me. Nowadays.
Same question to you. Do you have any like specialized knowledge or maybe more knowledge about things like gunshot wounds or things like that?
No, not training in that aspect.
Okay, do you know what stippling is? Okay. And I don't want to assume this, but you're going to hear from physicians, you are maybe as educated or more educated than they are. Are you willing to kind of listen to the evidence that they provide, or is it kind of a foregone conclusion that they're right?
I guess it depends on what they're speaking about.
Okay.
Like she said, you would think that they're the experts
right? Okay, very good. Thank you. Anybody else who has any medical training? The juror number 13, you're a paramedic, is that right, sir?
That's correct.
Have you ever arrived on the scene or have dealt with a gunshot before?
Not a gunshot.
Do you have familiarity with any aspects of gunshot wounds or anything like that?
Yeah, we train on it, relatively frequently.
Do you know what stippling is?
Do not.
Okay. Is there anything that you know, that your knowledge about in terms of the work that you do that you would not be at least willing to listen to the evidence?
No.
All right. That's all I have for you. Thank you. Anyone else? I thought I saw one more hand, but I could be wildly mistaken. And I am. I think Mr. Binger asked you about if some of you had working knowledge of firearms. I think he asked that. I see a show of hands of people who have working knowledge of firearms. And so juror, if I could, juror number 2. Would you be willing to tell me what the basis of knowledge is and things like that?
Well, I've shot 22s, shotguns, gone hunting, got some target practice, shot some squirrels inside my buildings, but I'm not a hunter, I'm not a gun enthusiast, I'm a collector, familiar with small ones.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in that back row that has juror number 43 in seat 3?
I have a 9mm.
That you personally have? So. Okay. And have you? I'm assuming you've taken that out and.
Yes, I have shot it a couple times, but I've taken a concealed carry class.
And can I ask, is the primary use just for target practice and things like that?
Safety as a female at home.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. That's all I have for you. I just want to make sure I have it right, sir, I'm sorry. Juror number 58 in seat 6.
Hunter safety training, hunting for gun practice, family, firearms.
Would you say that you have a pretty good working knowledge of how they work and things like that?
Yeah, basic.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the back row? Juror number 45 in seat number 8.
I grew up with guns, hunter safety, hunting, all aspects, many different types of firearms, proficient.
So when you say, I'm not as familiar, when you say proficient, does that just mean you're good at, like, shooting?
Yeah, it's shooting in the operation of how they work, general knowledge of them, so.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the back row? Juror number 11 in, I'm sorry, juror number 52 in seat 10.
We have guns at home. I've shot them before. Grew up with guns, hunting safety, family.
Okay. And is there anything about firearms involved in this case that would make it difficult for you to listen to the case? Okay. Thank you. Juror number 11 in seat 11. Just kind of a working knowledge. You have a working knowledge of firearms?
I grew up around firearms, very safe with them. I did not attend any kind of safety course. I never went hunting. However, I do a lot of target practice and again for person safety.
Okay, thank you. The judge would describe that as the second row. Anybody in the second row that has, and you are?
21.
You are 21. Okay.
It's just, we have it for home defense, but I know your basic on safety, and then I know how to take it apart and put it back together.
Okay. Anyone else who spends time with or is familiar with firearms? I'm sorry. This is juror number 20. I know that's 29.
Hunter safety, I'm a member of a branch for target practice, and I also own my.
Okay. And is it, if you don't mind me asking, is it more, well, you go to a range, so is it more for just practicing? Is it more for personal safety? Both? Okay. All right, thank you. And just so I'm clear, this is juror
28.
28 in seat, okay, 28, yep.
M16, 45, 22, 12 gauge.
And those are things that you've used before?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 27 and 27.
I own one, on shooting with my husband. He has no carrying. He's also a hunter. I don't do that though.
Is your use of it more just to go kind of spend time with your spouse, or is it personal safety, or?
Personal safety, I guess. I was robbed at gunpoint,
So
so.
you've been the victim of a crime with a firearm? Okay. Can I ask you, would that have an impact on your ability? Can I ask you, how long ago was that?
2012. So, 10 years ago.
Was the person arrested?
Yes. I had to go to court.
Okay.
And I picked them out.
I'm sorry,
Picked them out. I went to court. They were arrested.
I can only assume that that was an incredibly traumatic experience. Hearing about firearms in this case and firearms being discharged and what you obviously know we're going to talk about, would that have an impact on your ability to listen to this case?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you. 26 and 26.
I shoot recreationally, I take gun safety classes.
I didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
I shoot recreationally, and I take gun safety classes.
Thank you.
Is it something you do regularly?
About once a year.
Once a year. Okay. All right. Thank you. 26 in seat 26.
25.
I'm sorry, 25 and 25.
Big hunting family. It's like 3 generations now. I also shoot recreationally. I also for protection.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? I'm sorry, ma'am, 40 in seat 24.
That's correct. My husband is an active hunter. He's got a gun collection. And he's brought me shot shooting a couple of times. But I wouldn't say I'm an expert by any means. He's wanting me to take a concealed carry class or a hunter safety class so that I can be more confident and not as uncomfortable around guns.
Do you think it's important to have some comfort level for you with the firearm?
Yes. I during all of the unrest, I was very anxious at home with 5 kids. While my husband was away at work or was working. So I didn't feel comfortable and I didn't feel safe at home. But I knew I'll be more of a danger to myself if I were to get his guns. He told me where they were and where the keys were to the safe and everything, but I didn't feel comfortable with it. So that's why he's expressed interest in getting me to get more knowledge. But both of our families are big hunters. So.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Juror 23. Yeah, no, same thing. But you had, it sounds like you got a gun in particular for safety.
Yes, and as it turns out, I enjoy target practice a lot. So I go shooting quite often and to gain accuracy and comfort.
So would it be fair to say it was something you did initially for safety now that has turned into something that you actually, I don't want to say it's a hobby maybe, but you enjoy doing?
I enjoy doing it, and I encourage myself to do it because I want to be accurate.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, there's one more, juror 54 in seat 33.
Husband and my son are both avid hunters, and his family grew up, husband's family grew up hunting, and he's got a gun collection. I only shot a gun twice, just with the targets. I do not own a gun.
Is there anything about, and this can go not only to juror number 54, but everybody, we had talked about the specific gun being bothersome, at least to one juror. Is there anybody here who's just so bothered by guns that, you know, there are certain things that just are a non-starter for people, where they don't want to hear the evidence, they don't want to listen to it. Is there anybody here who feels that way about firearms, that they just would be unwilling to listen to the facts in the case? I see no hands. You sure can. Juror number 31.
Okay, earlier you had asked about the type of gun that it was and how comfortable we were with that type of gun. In my opinion, the only type of gun that I would classify that as a machine gun. And I raised my hand, but we got disturbed by something. So that being said, I just wanted it noted that, no, I don't believe a machine gun should be in anyone's hands.
So I don't know a whole lot about firearms. Can you tell me what your definition of a machine gun is?
A machine gun that is able to shoot multiple rounds.
When you say that, by like you just hold the trigger down and then bullets just keep coming?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I don't think that type of gun is necessary for the public.
Well, you're going to, this case is going to involve a gun that you may be, I don't want to say uncomfortable, but your feelings on it, okay? So I don't think I'm going to sugarcoat this. You're going to hear that that gun is out and about in Kenosha. How would, okay. With that belief, do you think you can still listen to the case and judge it fairly, or are you bothered enough by your feelings about the type of firearm that you would be unwilling to set that aside? I appreciate you being honest about it. I think everybody does. So.
I would try my best to try to be very neutral about it. I would try my best.
So the judge has asked, you know, do you think somebody could do a better job than you sitting in your chair?
Nobody wants to be in this chair, I'll tell you that.
You said nobody wants to be in the chair?
Nobody wants to be in this chair. I'd be rather sitting in a hard bench.
Okay, I'll get back to that in a second, but I'm really just, and I think everybody just wants the people that are going to be as fair as possible. And if there's something that is telling you that you don't think that you can be as fair as possible, I think everybody on this side would want to know that. Do you think, with the feelings that you have, I think it's a, I don't want to say it's a yes or no, but what are your feelings on it?
I would try to be fair for everyone's, both sides of it. I just really feel as if I'm taking it away from just the gun itself. I don't like that gun.
I think I'm going to invite correction by the lawyers because you've used the term a machine gun. And there was a time 50 years ago when a machine gun was gun that on a single depression of the trigger would fire multiple rounds. That type of gun still exists and, for example, is used in the military. They are unlawful in almost all instances for sale to individuals. That's called now a fully automatic weapon. That means that the single trigger depression can discharge as many bullets as the firearm is capable of discharging for as long as the trigger is depressed. Then there are guns that are semi-automatic, where they're capable of firing a large number of rounds, but every time requires a single trigger pull. There have been devices created which can render those effectively fully automatic. They are not lawful for sale in this country, but I think the old ones are still out there, which would make the gun the equivalent of a fully automatic weapon. So there's semi-automatic, single depression, discharges only one bullet, and it's as fast as you can pull your trigger, the number of times you can pull the trigger. And there's the fully automatic, which will fire as long as it's held down. Does that make sense? Anybody have a question about that accuracy of that? Okay, go ahead now.
Would it matter to you whether or not, how would it change your opinion if you knew that it was not fully automatic, that it was a single depression? Would that change your opinion and how you feel?
The intent to shoot a particular person or thing would be more deliberate than if it was a machine gun and you're just taking down everybody. Machine gun being automatic, I guess, is a word I should have done.
So, I just want to make sure that I understand your position on it. Okay, so the judge has told you about, no one here is going to allege that there was an automatic weapon used. Okay? So it was a single depression, as many times, or as the judge said, as fast as you can pull the trigger, but it's a semi-automatic weapon. Knowing that, does that have an impact on your feelings in terms of being able to judge the case fairly?
I guess I'd have to see how it all mapped out with the evidence.
Would you do your best to try to?
I will do my best.
Okay. Can I ask you this? You had said, and you had brought something else up, you had said nobody wants to be sitting in that chair.
Absolutely. Ask any of us.
Okay, well, I might. What about, is it the anxiety of potentially being on a case like this? Is it just...
It's scary. The last case I was on, it was a former patient of mine that was murdered. You're scared to go to your car. You're scared to go home. I live very close to Antioch, where he is from. When we thought the riots were going out, yes, it's so scary. I live so close to where he's from.
Would your fear, if that's the right word, would that impact your ability to decide the case fairly? Would you be worried about outcome?
No. My fear is walking out of any of the days of court and just wondering what we're walking out to. What are our cars going to look like when we're going out to them? Are they going to be slashed? Are they going to be damaged? Am I going to be able to get home safe? That's scary.
Just to interject, there are measures that will be taken with the jury that is selected to deal with those fears. And I think your fears would be substantially diminished once you're made aware of them, but I'm not going to talk about them right now because they're less effective if I do. So we'll leave it at that.
I appreciate your honesty. Is there anybody else trying to follow up on that? Anybody else who feels that sitting on the jury on this particular jury would be difficult because of either the pressure, anxiety from any of the things that Juror 31 had said, fear of what a verdict might do or be, what it means to the community? Anybody here have those fears? Juror 4, if I remember this, 40 and 24.
Yeah, I think I'm more afraid of the community, and I should say all the outsiders from our community that are coming in because this is such a public case. Just brings it back to August last year. The civil unrest, or the possibility of the unrest, and the unknowns it just makes you feel uncomfortable.
Do you have concerns that a specific verdict could be a problem for the community?
Potentially.
Okay, so there's
I think because it's, the judge had stated that this isn't a political case, but that doesn't stop the politics from outside the courtroom, you know what I mean? So people are going to do what they're going to do. Does that make it right? Absolutely not. But I can only,
how do you, would it impact your ability to be fair though, having lived through whatever you lived through, however you felt about it, would that impact your ability to judge this case fairly because of those concerns?
No. I think it's more so, like she had mentioned, like what happens when you leave the courthouse and all of the unrest that could possibly be there.
And let me just tell you that I've been in this business for over 50 years in the criminal courts, and I have never, ever, ever had any incident in any of the courts, not just in my court, but in other judges, involving any kind of peril to the jurors. And believe me, we've had some pretty fearsome people in here over the years. So I understand why people would be concerned, but I can tell you that we've never ever had a problem. Well, I'll leave it at that.
I guess I'm maybe explaining this wrong. I'm not concerned about my own physical safety. I think just community safety as a whole. That, tends to bring the crazies out.
So I don't want to belabor the point, but what I want to just figure out is, are you okay? Meaning, are you willing to listen to the case, judge the evidence, understanding that a specific verdict, whatever you think might bring out, as you call them, the crazies, are you okay saying, look, I'm still going to do I'm going to follow the law, I'm going to listen to the instructions the court gives, and I'm going to render a verdict that I believe to be correct, with all of that kind of background noise?
Yes, just because I got my own self-integrity thing. And so, yes, I don't think that it would factor into me being unbiased and being able to look at it, look at all the evidence and to make a decision in there. It's my anxiety.
Okay, thank you. I think juror 15, did you have your hand up, ma'am?
Going back to 4.
Yes.
About the influences of family and friends. They stopped after the prosecution questioned me. We were going to, but I lost concentration. And we were going to question you because, as you put it,
is it something that would, I want to do this delicately, I don't want to.
Let me ask this, is there objection to excusing this juror?
You don't think you can be fair, is that right, ma'am? Based on that.
All right, I'm going to excuse you, ma'am, thank you. Was it 62?
Yes, juror 62.
All right, well, even though we haven't started the trial yet, I think there's one thing we can all agree on. He is very fashionably dressed. Don't you agree? All right. I'm sure we've got a few cup cans in here, but anyway, would you have raised your hand and answered any of the questions? What's up?
I have classes that affect my water license that I've scheduled that are in the next 2 weeks for my water license, and I also have a 24-hour call shift coming on. Call shift?
Water license.
I'm a wastewater water operator.
Okay, and the clerk is nodding yes since you grew up on a farm, so this obviously is something rural, right?
No, this is like
No?
I work for the county.
What's that? Oh, a municipality. You work in Lake County? Do you wear that shirt to work?
It won't let me, but I wish.
All right. So this is something that's essential for your employment?
Yes, sir.
What would happen if you didn't do that?
I could lose my license, and I could also not get a raise.
Well, is there objection to this gentleman being excused?
No.
Okay, thank you. What's that? Yeah, she. Yeah, and she's a big Cub fan, so she's gonna. This is gonna.
Juror number 63.
All right, sir. Would you have raised your hand in answer to any of the questions asked so far? Which ones?
I have a conflict with the schedule, and also I have a yes question for one of the question about the AR-15, which is one of the jury said that I agree with her. That's why I think there's someone more qualified.
Okay, let's break it down a little bit, and maybe you'd be more comfortable in the chair over there. Why don't you come on up and sit in seat 15, and then you won't have to stand there and answer questions. All right, thank you. Okay, you indicated you had generally an agreement with the lady who was excused about her views on the firearm involved?
Yes.
Okay. What is your personal belief on the subject?
I believe that there's someone here more qualified for...
No. My question wasn't clear. What is your... I don't remember the exact question that was asked of the lady, but it had to do with whether or not she would be able to be fair on all of the crimes that are charged and the particular elements of them, and that simply because the defendant is alleged to have been in possession of that type of a firearm, that she would just vote guilty regardless of the proof. That's not a totally fair statement, but want to improve on that? You asked the question.
I think the juror was unwilling to set aside the fact that she was so bothered by the type of firearm that was used that she would be unable to honestly listen to the facts of the case.
Yes, I pretty much on the same page.
Let's just, when you said you had a schedule conflict?
Yes, I do. I have a trip scheduled for November 19th. And I understood that the trial may not take at least 2 weeks.
Well, it would take us up to, the 19th would be the Friday after we're supposed to be done, hoping to be done. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. But I'll let Mr. Sharafi examine you further on the weapons issue if he wishes, and I'll allow the state to respond as well.
So, juror number 63. So, just trying to follow up, and I want to have you answer as honestly as you can. Are you willing to listen to the evidence, understanding some of the evidence is going to involve possession of a semi-automatic firearm that looks like an AR-15? Are you willing to listen to the evidence and judge this case based solely on that evidence, irrespective of your feelings about that firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So, are you willing to judge each individual charge that involves that firearm based on the evidence that you hear in the case and is presented to you, setting aside and understanding the fact that you have these feelings about this firearm?
Yes,
okay. Thank you. I was asking, I'm sorry, Judge, you raise your hand?
I need to scratch my eye.
Sorry. I think that, and I'm not looking to point fingers, but I think juror number 46 in seat 17, there was questions about fear of sitting in those seats or anxiety about sitting in those seats. And I know you didn't raise your hand, but your body language was telling me that you were not thrilled about this. So is that true? Can you tell me what everybody's interested in is, and I understand there's anxiety probably for everyone. Is it something that you can?
Oh, well, just the other day, I was driving down 60 and they're already boarding things up, which freaked me out, like, come on, you know. So, yeah, I'm worried about the safety, and I even didn't even drive my car here today. I took a Lyft because I don't want anybody seeing my car. So I'm just kind of freaked out about that, yes.
Okay. Would it impact your ability to render the verdict that you thought was correct?
Oh, no, it wouldn't impact. No, it wouldn't impact that.
Okay. Anyone else that have concerns about being on the panel in terms of safety or, I'm sorry, 34?
34. So I really want to serve on the jury. I really do not want to serve on this jury. I only want to serve on a jury where the people involved directly have an opinion. I figure either way this goes, you're going to have half the country upset with you, and they react poorly. I also drove somebody else's car here, and while it wouldn't, you know, it is my duty, and you're a guilt tripper up there on the bench, and so I'm a big Hamilton fan, and you keep mentioning the founding fathers, but it's scary because you don't know how people are going to react, and I watch too much TV, and so of course you worry. I want to know who's going to have the list of jurors. I'm grateful that you mentioned that we're not photographed. Not only would I not have control over my good side, but I don't want it to be known. I don't want people to know that I'm on a jury, or, I mean, if I'm on a jury, I wouldn't want them to know, and I wouldn't want them to have my list of my name or my address. I don't want people standing outside of my house. You know, it's scary when you think all of a sudden, and it's on the news all over the country. It's not just Kenosha County. So, I mean, it is scary, and I would be very interested to hear how the jury is protected, because...
Sure. And those are legitimate questions, and they recur in cases. without commenting on the enormity of this case or its particular facts, the aura of fear that would surround it. If you were here over the years that I've been here, you would have a better idea about the degree of risk that's involved for jurors. I can tell you, one of the things I'll tell whoever's selected on this case, whatever their verdicts are, I will talk about you're never obliged to talk with anybody about the case, but you're welcome to talk about it as little or as much as you want. I tell them that if anyone bothers them, that they should let me know and we'll put a stop to it. And you know what? In 50 years of trying cases, and I tried cases as a lawyer, and now in 38 years as a judge, I've never had a juror threatened. I've never had a juror bothered in any way. I have not been bothered, and I don't have any special arrangements either. I am involved differently, obviously, in the jury, but as you'll find later, if there's a verdict of guilt returned in a criminal trial, then I'm in the sentencing business, and I think that the fear that people have is greater than the reality of risk. I'm not going to say it could never happen. By the way, when was the last time you read about a juror being harmed?
Well, I watched a movie the other day.
Very good.
I'm a Netflix girl.
Okay, all right, I got you. But yeah, you don't hear about it. Once in a decade, once in maybe 15 years, you'll hear about a judge getting assassinated, or not. Yeah, assassinated, because there are some that happen in the family court's very volatile. The divorce court is very volatile, so you'll hear about those instances once in a decade. In terms of a judge actually being targeted, I would say that's once every 20 years you read about something like that. And these are people who are dealing with this on an everyday basis. So the risk, I can't emphasize enough. But the same thing with prosecutors, so if I could tell you, well, there's no risk at all, but I wouldn't be being honest with you. I am telling you that I've never seen it. I've anything even close to it. And as far as these people who are spouting off all over the country, when you have a case that gets this much publicity, we get people. I'm going to leave it at that. I can't strongly enough tell you that I think that the risk of which you're concerned, I don't want to minimize it, but on the other hand, I don't want it to assume proportions that it doesn't deserve. Okay?
Well, I appreciate your comforting words.
Even if I'm, what did you call me?
Comforting words.
No, before that, what did you say? Guilt tripping?
I did call you a really good guilt tripping.
That's going to last. All right, go ahead, Mr. Sharef.
My only question is, with that understandable pressure that you feel or anxiety that you feel, I think everybody's concern is that that pressure then makes you decide something that you don't actually believe in because you feel pressure to.
I don't think there's a right answer. I don't think, some cases I think they probably, if you decided guilty, it would get, it would be better. Or if you decided innocent, it would be better. I feel like it's as divided as politics and as racial tensions are. I think that there are no winners. I think.
But ma'am, who else is going to decide?
No, I agree. And honestly, we could all say whatever to get out of the chair. I mean, if we weren't here to be honest and
to try to come up with an honest verdict based on evidence, I don't think people would still be sitting here. I mean, because you could say some really off-the-wall things, and I've had lots of suggestions from people about what to say or what to wear to get off the jury, but I don't believe that's true, and I also don't believe in perjuring yourself to get off the civic duty. I'm just saying, I feel like whatever the verdict is, there's gonna be half the country that's gonna be up in arms about it. And we've seen what that did to the city of Kenosha. Last year, I don't live in the city, so I wasn't personally affected, but so many people, you know, even leaving here today have been, and it's just scary. And I don't want people to have my name, and I don't want to be seen on TV, and I don't want people to come after in their haze of praise.
Maybe the country will calm down
Well,
after they see a verdict at a fair trial.
That would be amazing if that happened. I love your optimism as well.
Thank you, ma'am. My last kind of area is, nobody's going to hide this point, and it was raised a little bit. Is there anybody on the panel who does not believe in the concept of self-defense as a defense in court? That you should not be able to use self-defense to defend yourself? I see no hands. What I think you will hear, what I know you will hear, in this particular case is that in a case like this, where self-defense is raised, once it's raised, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense. Not that he doesn't have, we don't have to prove that he was acting in self-defense. They have to prove that he wasn't, which it might be unusual. Is there anyone here who thinks it's unfair to make the state hold that burden of proof that Mr. Rittenhouse, in fact, did not act in self-defense? Does anybody think that's a problem? I see no hands. The other thing is, which is a little unusual, is, I think, you will be asked to view that self-defense from the shoes of Mr. Rittenhouse, not from all of us sitting here semi-comfortable today. So you'll be asked to view it from his shoes. Does anybody think that is also unfair? I see no hands. And lastly, the judge had commented on the idea of presumption of innocence when he was talking about the founding fathers. So the idea is that as he sits here right now today, with everybody having your feelings about what you've seen, what you've heard, what you've watched, as he sits here today, presumed to be innocent. Everybody gets that. Does anybody think that that is unfair to, I guess it would be to the state? Does anybody think that it should start kind of in the middle, that there should be no presumption of innocence? Does anybody think that, feel that way? I see no hands. And I have no other questions.
Thank you. All right, folks, I think we're going to take about a 10, hopefully 10, maybe 15-minute recess. And then we're going to be calling jurors into the library, one at a time, and asking some questions that we didn't bore into here that are better asked outside the presence of the other jurors. And during that time, please remain in your seats. We're going to take a little bit of a break too. First, and then after that, please remain in your seats, and you're welcome to talk about anything you want, including that gentleman's very fashionable shirt, or anything else other than something that relates to the case or the evidence or the people or anything like that. And then we'll start calling, and stay alert, everybody, because there may be some additional people who will be excused, and some of you folks will be called up to replace those people. So you need to be just as attentive, and across the street too, just as attentive as before once we get started again, but there won't be anything happening right in your presence. So it's going to be done in the library outside the presence of the other jurors. Media, we're going to allow at least one media representative in the library while we do this. Maybe two. I guess I already committed to two, so we'll find the chairs. It's because the room is smaller. And I think also two from each party, two additional folks from each party. Any questions, anybody? Okay. And these questions are going to relate to the very issues you were asked about here, only perhaps more in depth. Okay, so bear with us, and let's everybody try to be back in your seat at that some what's the word I want? Time freak comes and sets these clocks so that they're 2 or 3 minutes ahead, which is not good for a guy like me. But we're going to use, I guess, the clock time, the time that's showing on that clock, and we'll start at. Well, we'll try to start at 20 after on that clock up there, which is more likely 17 after. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Any questions? Okay. Thank you.
All right. So that's another session down. Looks like we've got a 10-minute break in here. Gosh, what were some thoughts? I wasn't in the comment section, so I didn't really see what everybody was saying. I like the judge too, Mama Bear. I was going to say, that was going to be my number one thought, is I like this judge. I like that he knew his guns. I felt like every juror on the panel should have had working firearm knowledge. Every single one of them. But that's that. But I do really like this judge. He seems really no nonsense, but also, you know, common sense. And, you know, takes his job seriously. Let me see, I'm going to rewind back here through some of the comments, see if I say anything. Hopefully you guys are having a good day so far. Don't let anybody take your guns. Absolutely. She's crazy. I wonder which one you were talking about that, but there was somebody on there, one lady on there that was just kind of, what are you talking about? Right between laundry cycles to watch. Yeah, I know about them laundries. Llama, I've got kind of in and out with the kids, and got school going on, and Miss Pam is here working on school, tutoring, and oh, goodness gracious. I was really interested, I mean, I know it's not special to this case, but it was interesting to hear, you know, several of the jury members say that they, you know, had some fears, which I think are valid. I think they're very valid for them to have fears about being on this jury and what people will think about what verdict they may come to, what conclusion they may come to. A couple of people I heard, you know, one didn't drive her own car, drove somebody else's car. Another took a lift. I mean, our family, the people here in Portland, being doxxed by Antifa, know this all too well. You know, this is the way we've lived our lives for years now, because Antifa finds it necessary to take our license plates. I mean, we've taken our license plates off, you know, at times to go to certain things like rallies or whatever, because they sit there and they take pictures of people's license plates and they use that information, whatever they can, to dox people. So it's really unfortunate that that even has to be something that is an issue, is a thing. You know, we shouldn't have to worry about that. But such is the case, a lot of people do. So that was unfortunate. I really hated hearing that, because it's not their fault, one, that they got selected for jury and that they would be fair, you know. Another thing that I found really interesting was when they were asking the questions to the jurors, the different questions about, like, people. So, you know, if you work in the medical profession, do you believe that a doctor would be more believable or less believable type thing? I find those questions really interesting because, you know, one of the things we hear a lot online, if I do my own research on a topic, no, it may not make me a 4-year medical student plus however years of residency plus however many years of training, right? But it doesn't mean that I didn't go and actually research and read and learn. You don't have to have degrees and college to learn aspects of topics, right? And nowadays we see that a lot of, or another question was that if somebody had a monetary investment or interest or whatever in the case, would that make them less believable or more believable or whatever? I think it would make them less believable, because I would wonder in the back of my mind, well, what is their motivation? Is their motivation the truth, or is their motivation to protect their investment? You know, these are really interesting questions that I see brought up, but we see this happening on a day-to-day basis with a lot of people sharing information, and the first thing is, well, you're not a doctor, or you're not a lawyer, and it's like, okay, but that doesn't mean I can't read. I'm not illiterate. You know, I know how to write research papers. I wrote essays in school. I have some college. I'm not an idiot, you know. And then there's common sense too, that we can just stack on top of that. So it's really interesting that they were asking those kinds of questions to the jury, because I guess that might, you know, make a difference. Evidence. It was another thing he said that he wanted to make sure that people were fully understood the weight behind not talking about the case outside of the courtroom, because they only wanted you to hear what the lawyers were saying and what was going on in there in the courtroom, which is understandable. But I find it so funny because when we were watching the Chauvin case, one side was going through, I don't know if you guys remember, but remember when they were going through the video footage of what happened? But the way that one side, the way that they set it up, they were going through all of the footage, and then the other side, the way that they set it up, they were like just picking and choosing. They were cherry picking, and then they were asking questions about it, but there could be no elaboration to it. So they were creating a narrative with their cherry picking of the video and the questions that went with it. So it's like, it's kind of a catch-22, you know, because some of these, oh, do you have an echo again, or do we have an echo again? Some of these lawyers, well, all the lawyers, all of them really, they create narratives to things through their evidence. So it's a catch-22, because if you go online and you talk about it with other people, you can definitely get perspectives from them and become kind of biased on that. And then you can, you want to say hi? Hi. This is what's going to happen every day of this trial, just so you guys know, because this is our life, huh? Mm-hmm. So anyways, people say thumbs up. Frank said thumbs up. Nana said, there's my little guy. In socialism, communism, Marxism systems is no justice for innocent. Prosecute politically. It won't matter if evidence is there. Socialism, communism, they do justice for them only. Communists are like this. They kill you, then go to your funeral. That's how bad communist dictators are. Wow, they show up at your funeral too. That's pretty sad. It's pretty gross. Okay, so we're coming up on within a minute for them coming back. So tomorrow I'm going to start at the beginning in the morning. I think it'll be around 7-ish our time here on the Pacific line. So I am going to start in the beginning and get that all rolling. I'll probably try and at least come on and say good morning before I get it rolling. But, man, it's going to be pretty early for me. Okay. So we're coming up on a minute for it to come back, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and flip this back. And be prepared. I got, oh no, did I just close that? Oh no, here it is. Okay. Yep. All right. I just set my timer so that I can kind of stay on it. What do you want to say? Bye. Until next time. Okay. I'm going to flip this back on here, and I will definitely, I thought it would be over by 5. It's 5 o'clock. It's after 5 there. So maybe, 6, 7 o'clock. I don't know. I'm not sure what this next session is going to look like. They said they're going to start calling them into the library and asking questions that they didn't ask in front of the rest of the panel, the jurors. So this is all very interesting to me. Well, Pastor Lockie is on the FBI list for January 6th. I didn't know he was there. There's a new video, a new movie coming out, or a documentary. It's 4:15 here. I know, but I think they're in. Oh, it's 2 hours ahead. Okay, my bad. I was thinking 3. Okay, so 4:15. Okay, so we got another 45 minutes probably before they're resuming. Well, they should be resuming in about a minute. It would be 4:20. Sorry, Mama Bear, I got that wrong. They're Central Time. 2 hours ahead of Pacific instead of 3. I have never dealt with as much time difference stuff in my entire life as I have in the last year. Oh, I don't know how Quincy does it. He's constantly changing time zones. And our friends who live in southern Utah, it's funny because when we're driving there, we go from 1 hour ahead, then we come back, then we go back, but it's all going like down in a straight line. It's kind of crazy the way that all works. So, okay, so they should be coming on they should be coming on in a minute. Okay. And I will see you guys when we are done with the next session. Okay, something happened here. Something happened, so I'm going to try and figure out what that was. Wow. You will never believe what I've seen right now. Oh my gosh, you will never believe what I'm seeing right now. I can't believe somebody wrote all this. So this is an example of actual like crazy talk. I'm not even sure if you guys can hear me. Can you hear me? I'll have to show that to you at some point. Okay, hold on. Let me see what I can find here. You know what? I think that's it. Like if they're going into if they're calling people into a no, that can't be it. If they're calling people into the library or whatever, that wouldn't be something they would probably show on live. I think all lives, I think that was it. Which doesn't seem, it seems like they would have said something like that's it. Why does it say that this is live? It's not live. All lives have gone down. Yes, all lives have gone down. So, I guess that's it for today, guys. The judge usually says when court would be resumed in the morning. I don't know though. Yeah, he does usually say that. I was actually looking forward to that so that I know what time to be ready. He said they were going to come back in about 10 minutes, but the live feed went down. I can't find any live feeds from there. Where are you getting the, let's see here. I'm ready for a nap. Funny. On another stream. I can't find another stream. Why is that? Why? Sound like my kids now. Why, Mom? Why? I can't find anything. Okay, well, That might be for it for today anyway. It's about 2:30. I've got some things I need to kind of work on, get prepared for the tomorrow and kind of the rest of the days that I'm going to go live and get some things figured out. I did check RSBN that they are not live here. They're live at the Texas Heartbeat, but they're not even live actually. They're not actually live. So nobody's live. I feel like all the lives have gone down all over the world. I thought about that too, Witchy, because they had actually been live for 7.5 hours. And so that could definitely pose a problem as far as time spent being live. So, all right. Are you out of here? Okay, hold on. I'll be back, guys. Okay, sorry, I was trying to figure some stuff out there with the kids. Like I said, that's going to be a day-to-day, that's going to be a daily thing. So if you guys do not want that, this is probably not going to be where you want to watch this trial, that's for sure. Multitasking is my thing. Okay, so yeah, all the feeds have definitely gone down. There's nothing left for us today. I'm not sure why they didn't give us an idea of when they were going to be back tomorrow, but they didn't. So it is what it is. I'm going to sign up for today, and it's probably BCP says it's probably because they are changing rooms. Oh yeah, if they were calling people in the library. But do you think? But do you think he'll be back on? Do you think they're going to be back on, even if you? Where I can't find it. Does somebody want to post the link for? I cannot find it. Where is it? It doesn't say it's live. It just says that it's. What do you see on your screen? They had to cut feeds because they had to change rooms. Yeah. I think you're right. I think you're definitely right on that. So they'll be back then, is what you're saying. Oh, there it is. But no, that's starting back at the beginning of this morning. They were live for 7.5 hours. They should have at least said something.
Yeah, you don't hear about it. You know, once in a decade, once in maybe 15 years, you'll hear about a judge getting assassinated.
Okay, so this is what I'll do. Oh, I see. WISN 12 News. It's a local station, I believe. That's a local station in Kenosha. Okay. Thank you very much, Blake. I don't understand why I couldn't find any of these. Like, literally. It's weird. YouTube's not showing me any of those. That's weird. But I see it. I see that you have them. They're live. Okay. Well, if we're going to be back shortly, we'll just wait. BCP might be back by that by that time. So. Everybody, like a lot of people have their chats disabled for this, which I think is interesting too. Like subscriber mode only. It's really interesting that that's the case. I wonder why. Okay, so I'll be back when they come out. I'll be back when they come back. It might be BCP though, because he might be home by then.